Good morning, you landlubbers, and welcome back for another day of van life vibe coding. We have got some things to do today. Last time we ended off, it was Friday, and the license app server, we just had to go through step by step, find all the things. Wow, okay. So, once we find all of the things, we're going to go through and we're going to deploy this. And I know I've been saying that, but today I can feel it is the day we're going to get this deployed. We went through and basically made sure the onboarding for the users works really nicely. And we're going to go and double check that real quick. We're going to run through with the macOS app. And as soon as that is good, we're going to deploy this shit. We're just going to get it out there. That's the goal here today. Let's get it done. Because you know what? We have got to get this thing out because we got a macOS app to build. If you don't know, I live in a van full time. Actually, I'm down by the river today. Thought about streaming from outside. Maybe we'll stream outside tomorrow down by the river. This van is fully powered off of solar. This stream is coming to live over Starlink. So there's a lot you can do. You can travel around the world. You can travel around the country in a van. It's a camper van. It's like a big Sprinter van, And it's not like your mom's minivan kind of thing. But we got the ultimate streaming setup ready to go. Let's get this stream going here. Let's just make sure before I even get started with anything that we actually have chat up and running and ready to go for anyone who wants to interact with this. Let's have some fun today while we're doing this, shall we? You guys make this more fun for me. So let's get you involved. Make sure the chat is up. Chat is looking good there. Let's get that one more chat going here. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe on YouTube, on X, or on Twitch, wherever you like to watch your streams at, because then you can follow along. This channel is just starting to ramp up. Basically, started this business. What did we do? We're on day 13 now. 13 days ago, we started this business, and the goal is to either build a new van or buy a new rig, because this van I've been in for the last 4.5 years. That's right. Can you imagine living in a van for 4.5 years? Not only am I living in this van for 4.5 years, I have been living in this van and traveling for 4 years with my girlfriend in this van. Think about it. Can you imagine living with your spouse in less than 100 square feet of space for 4 years? Anyway, when you're outside and you're traveling around and there's just beautiful scenery everywhere we go, it's a lot of fun. Let me get this one last chat up here. Pop out that chat. We're good to go. We're good to go, friends. All right. Now, I'm going to take my ugly mug here. Let's make it down a little bit smaller. That's the idea, the game plan here. All right, here we go. Now, hopefully you all can see this. I believe you can. I'm getting notifications from my AI already today. One of these days, I'll show you guys how I did this, but basically I have the Notify NTFY, I think it is. It's a nice little service. If you set that up, there's a hosted version. You can host it yourself. I basically gave my AI a little skill, and anytime it needs sudo privileges, or it needs me to unlock the keychain or something so that it can sign, a macOS app binary with code sign, any of that kind of stuff, the thing that you want to do, or at least I wanted to do, is I wanted to have it unlock this for me. But then I got to thinking, you know what, it would be better if I unlock this stuff, because if I give it all these privileges, the AI could, in theory, go off the rails. It could totally like RMRF/star, my root or home directory, root drive, mount, whatever. I don't want it to do that. I also don't want it like going buck wild with my signing certificate because that could cause problems too. So basically, I restrict that kind of stuff, and then I gave it a skill, and the skill is called Notify Human, and it just goes in, and anytime it needs something from me, it just sends me a little message using the Notify Human skill. I included a little CLI tool in there for it to call, and it just calls it with the message and the action that specifically that I need to take. So anytime I get these notifications now, it goes to my phone, it goes to the app on my computer. You can have like Notify route these things different places, but the general idea is now my agent isn't sitting there like spawning, like waiting for me to do something. I can quickly dive in and do the thing that needs to be done. All right, so here we go. Let's get the app up and running. Okay, so we've got the macOS. I basically have to remote desktop into a remote machine, and that's the machine that I do all this development on, so that the agent can kind of have its own machine, and we don't have to worry about it doing stuff like taking over our cursor on our machine. So let's get that up so that you all can see what is happening here with that. And we've got, I'm just realizing that I'm gonna have to bear with me one moment while I do this. Okay. It's kind of small. It's a little small for y'all, huh? Let's make that bigger. My question is, why is it being cut off? This app page. All right, can you all see that? Is it a decent size? Do I need to zoom in maybe? I probably don't need the whole thing. Just try it like that. All right. If you can't see that, let me know in the chat. I'll make it even bigger if we need to. Maybe I can just... All right. So basically, this is what we went through last time. There is a Stripe account setup. So I'm just going to give you a quick rundown, if you haven't been watching this stream, what it is that we are doing. If you wanted to build a macOS app, and I know there's a lot of you out there that want to do this now because with AI it has become so easy to build a macOS app. You can literally just point at it and be like, hey, this is the app that I want to build. Go build it. I mean, now you have Kimi K3, and even better, when, what is it, 3.8 I think just came out, or it's in preview. Go get that $6 plan, because if you are in the US, what they're doing is basically like all of China uses this model, and it overloads their servers during China's daytime. But if you're in the US, you can go use this model at like an 80% discount. Like it uses 80% less credits in their off-peak hours. And their off-peak hours right now are the United States users. So if you're in the US time, then go check out Quen. It's like a $6 plan from Alibaba. The only thing you need to worry about is that they do train on all your data. So you should know that anything you give it is probably going to end up being trained into the model. If that's something to worries you, then maybe don't do it. But if you want to just like have it whip out code, like maybe there's some app that you want for personal use, I don't know, maybe like, you know, I'm taking photos and my pictures out on my camera out here in this beautiful wilderness, and anytime I need to like go color grade some photos, I have to go download this app or run some app, or they want some cloud subscription. It occurred to me this morning that these models are so good now that I can literally just prompt it to make my own color grading app. So, you know, that if that's something you want, like you're not trying to push the frontier, your code isn't like some proprietary thing that you need to worry about, but you want it to generate an entire app for you of something that you need, a $6 plan is insanely good value. I mean, you can't even go and buy, like, you couldn't buy the app. Like, you couldn't have a professional developer build it and buy it for $6. They wouldn't even sell it to you. They'd maybe sell you like a $6 a month membership now. But you can go and build something like that just by prompting it. So, you know, that's a great model at this point to go check out. Let's see. So what we need to do though with our Stripe stuff here, because I sorry went off on a little bit of a tangent, is we need to get this. Basically, we're going to go through, and as you can see, there's all of these things that you have to do to set up a new Stripe key. So I didn't want to make this a marketplace. I wanted to make this a simple way, if you want to generate a new macOS app using AI, to be able to sell your own app, right? It's like, I don't want you to have to deal with all of the burden, or at least I wanted to do this because I want to start building macOS apps and I want to sell them. And I didn't want to have to do this crazy thing every time where I have to set up, you know, automatic updates. I don't want to have to basically set up like Stripe and landing pages, and I don't want to have to like configure, you know, basically write a bunch of code and deploy a bunch of code just to sell the code, the macOS app thing. So my plan is, you know, license.dev, what we're going to do is get this up and running for anyone to be able to use it. With a few clicks of a button, you can easily go in there, create a new product, you know, some macOS app that you've built. It will walk you through the onboarding, and that's one of the pieces that we're going over today, is setting up the Stripe account, because you've probably heard of like things like Stripe Connect, where, you know, there's like a marketplace seller and they will try to, they'll like set up a Stripe Connect account for you, and they'll be the marketplace, and then like every little transaction that happens, they take a tiny percentage of that transaction. The problem with that is Stripe Connect does not work with managed payments. So if you are someone who uses the managed payments feature to do tax compliance, basically the managed payments is like Stripe becomes your merchant of record, and you do not have to worry about all of the different things that there are in terms of setting up entities all around the world and all the different countries and all the different states, remitting taxes to each of those, collecting the taxes appropriately for each transaction that comes in. Stripe will handle all that stuff with their managed payments. Unfortunately, you can't turn managed payments on for Stripe Connect accounts. So it makes this a little bit more complicated, but not much. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to have you set up your own Stripe account, which actually has some benefits, because now you can configure your Stripe account as you want. There's all these amazing products that Stripe offers, like Stripe Radar, that you can turn on, you know, to help prevent fraud charges and that sort of thing on your account. And, you know, because you have complete control of your Stripe account, maybe you already have a Stripe account warmed up. Maybe you're getting some special rate offer because you're doing so much volume and payments already. This is a bring your own Stripe account solution. So you'll basically be able to go in there. You're going to set up the webhooks, and license.dev is just going to be the fulfillment service. So someone will pay you through your Stripe account. You manage all that stuff yourself. And then when a payment goes through, license.dev gets the webhook that shows that the purchase was complete, and it does the fulfillment. It generates the license key for the user who just bought your macOS app. It emails them the license key. It allows them to then enter the license key in and get a cryptographically signed certificate that they can actually use to verify their app offline. Unlike a lot of other providers out there where you can't verify that the license is valid offline, you will be able to do that license.dev, because I'm using cryptographic certificates that allowed us to do that verification without having to reach out to some third-party server and let them know every time you're opening your app. I don't want to be in that business. Let's not do that. Let's make it so it's super easy for people to actually just get their license key and use their app for as long as they want to use it for. The other thing is, do have the ability for people to go in and toggle on the feature that says you can use this license for some certain amount of machines. And that basically means that when you get a license certificate, that will be bound to that specific machine. So you don't have to worry about someone going out and putting that license on 1,000 different machines. Now it basically like attests that machine is the correct machine. And we do that with a 3-tier system, which I've gone over in previous videos. Well, that'll all be in here at some point if someone wants to use this. Today, we're going to go through and validate that the Stripe flow works, that the onboarding process isn't too complicated. I know it's a little complicated now, but really it's only 2 steps. Set up the webhook, and then also, if you go and you look at Stripe's fulfillment guide, like what you're supposed to do when someone pays for your product and how you do fulfillment on that, it explicitly states that the webhooks that come in should not be used as like the state source of truth. And really what you need then is to go and hit the Stripe API and get the current state of that thing that you got the webhook change notification for. So for example, like on here, you can see we have these different types of events that can come in. And we need to be able to reach back out to Stripe and see what the current state of that thing is. Like, was a checkout completed? Was a charge disputed or refunded? That kind of stuff. And so what we're going to do in the second step is we're going to set up what they call a restricted key. And I like to think of this as a read-only key. So we're going to go through and we're going to set this up so that when you create this read-only key, this restricted key in your account, the only permissions you're granting is the ability to go and read these things from the API. We don't want to have write keys on your account. I don't want to manage your Stripe account. Don't want to make any changes to your Stripe account. So this guide goes through and explicitly walks you through, okay, first step is to go in and make sure that, on these webhooks, for example, well, maybe we need to still do that. Oh no, I changed this up. Oh, that's even sweeter now. Okay. So basically when you click this button up here, what it's going to do is it's going to take the restricted key. I have this backwards. I gave it to you guys backwards. I'm sorry. The first thing we do is create the restricted key. The second thing we do is add the webhooks. That's why I was looking at this and it didn't make any sense. In the instructions here, basically, the first thing you should do when you're going through it and you're onboarding onto this is make sure you go down the list and just select none. For every permission right out of the gate, select none. So that there's literally no permissions selected. If you were to create that key, it couldn't do anything. Then you go through and you basically just check the items that allow you to read the things that we need to read so that this service can do the fulfillment. The reason that we also, look for some of these other type of things, like charges and refunds and payment disputes, is because I don't want to be in the business of charging for things like a SaaS subscription where you're like not using it, right? My goal is you can buy a bunch of credits. Every license that we issue is 1 credit. And then if for some reason someone disputes a charge on their credit card and you lose that money because the bank sides with them and says, hey, we're going to refund this customer, and they claw the money back, you just lost your money on that sale. I don't think you should also lose your credit on this. So this service is going to automatically refund you that credit if that happens. And so that's why some of these other things are in here. Again, I'm building this service for me. I want to use it across all of my apps that I'm building for my business. And this is how I would want it to work for me. So I'm going to build it for me. And then if you all want to use it, that's great. Okay, so as you can see, I already went through the first step and put this restricted key in. It verifies it. We're good to go. And then now there's this webhooks thing. And I think, so basically what I did was I had the AI create this button. And since we already have this read key, we know the account that belongs to that read key. So I was able to make this button go in and open up that specific account. But I don't think that's going to work right. So I'm going to have to play with that. And then I think I'm able to automatically check these things because the way Stripe does the page with their query parameters. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set up. So once we submit, we'll get this new webhook, and then the webhook will start forwarding events to our API. Now, unfortunately, I'm running this locally, so we won't be getting the events locally. Stripe does have some sort of CLI tool that will forward webhook events locally to your development environment. I have a staging environment that I use, so I don't think I'm going to use that. Probably not on the stream, but we'll see. Holy moly. All right, so it is heating up out here. Kind of wishing I had been streaming down by the river. All right, let's see, where are we at? Setting secret, review. Okay, so the last bit of this is after you create a Stripe webhook, it's going to give a webhook signing secret back to you. And then you're going to have to put that into the webhook signing secret field here, because what that allows us to do is when the webhooks are coming in from Stripe, you can use that signing secret to verify that the payload that is being received by the API is a valid payload. Basically, Stripe crafts the payload to send to you. They sign it, cryptographically sign it, and then you get a verification. They send it to you. Then you use the webhook signing secret to verify that the signature is valid based on the data that was sent to you. That way, the data can't be modified. Someone else can't come along and start sending fake webhooks to your API endpoint because they wouldn't have the ability to use the signing secret to make sure that they're valid, to sign them correctly. I don't think I'm explaining that right. Okay, anyway, so here's the goal is we'll have that in, the Stripe webhooks will come in, we'll verify that they're correct, and we'll be good to go. This is it gives you this URL, so people will have to copy this URL as the destination where the webhook should be sent to. And I think we'll be good to go. So let me get that going. I'm gonna test this up and we'll go from there. Now, the question that I have is, actually, what about doing this? If I run this, first of all, we need to get the server up and running. So that'll start the server. We'll be able to send requests to the server. I need to get Stripe up. I thought I had a Stripe window open, but apparently maybe I don't. There it is. Okay. So our server should be running. It is running. Excelente. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to... Oh, wow, that's bright. Okay. We're going to do that. We're going to turn off this one. You guys will be able to see full screen what's happening. Okay, so basically we have our Stripe account where we've gone in, we did this open test API keys. That would have opened Stripe to the right page. This takes us to restricted keys so people can understand how that works. You know, you toggle all these things on. Actually, I wonder. Let me try open this real quick. So if this works, I'm going to be so happy because we can make this so much easier for people. Okay, let's click none. All of these. I know you guys can't see this, but I'm just basically in my Stripe account going through the flow of clicking none for all of the accounts. Maybe I should just pull this up there. Yeah. Just give me one moment. Okay, so if I click this, it should take us to this page. And I guys can all see my secret key for this account, so I'll have to rotate that later. Anyway, so basically the thing didn't work, did it? What happens if we create a restricted key, we put the third-party application in, we go license.dev, key. Okay, so this is what I was talking about, like this, basically there's like all these permissions, right? And we have to select none for all of them. So if we select none for these, now this key will have absolutely no permissions. Great. If we created this key right now, it wouldn't be able to do anything. So if we look back here, it says that these are the things that we have to enable. So like core charges and refunds, we need to click read. So if we go down to core charges and refunds, we would click read. But my question is it going to update this nice little bar here? I have no idea. That's what we're going to find out, because if it does, if they do put these query parameters in, then we can do something special here that'll make it so much easier for our users. So let's check it out. What was the first one it said? Core charges and refunds read. Charges and refunds read. Okay, so now we need to check out this URL and see if it changed. Because if it did change, then we might be able to set this for I don't think it did. Don't think it's actually updating that URL at all. It's very unfortunate. If I, oh, yeah, nope. No. If I click this, all the way down is none. Okay, so if I have all these, this URL should have changed, but I don't think it is. So what we need to do is go and figure out what this URL is containing and then toggling on these permissions. So if we take our little trusty thing over here, when we load up the page, this is what we see, right? So there's this URL with our account with the name, API key for license.dev. Okay, so then it has all the permissions. Permission 0. So basically, if you want like an array with query parameters, this is how it works, is you have a query parameter with an array number. So each one of these is the array number, and then it looks like it's just setting a bunch of items in here. So I think maybe what we might be able to do is modify this URL to suit our needs. So let's delete that. Okay, let's take this out. Let's grab that. Okay, so now the permissions that we want are right? So it kind of looks like this. Each one of these permissions gets its own item in the array. All right. And the first one that we want was what? The core charges and refunds. So core charges and refunds, we want read. Now we need to figure out is what is this thing called. And this scroll over to it. Oh, okay. So the read permission for this is segmented control option. Do we know? We know what the So we're trying to figure out what this permission variable is, but it looks like they're probably, I think they'd, it looks like this might be the identifier. It's this weird thing. It's kind of annoying. We get any console messages? Fortunately not. Okay, so here's what we're going to do because we are not getting the data we want from there. Let's try this. We're going to go and get our network tab here. I'm going to just kill that. We're going to make sure that's all good. Then we're going to go through and select all the permissions we need. So core charges and refunds read. We did that one. The next one is core payments disputes read. Core payments disputes read. Then the next one is core payment intents. Payment intents read. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm looking at. What's going on? Okay, so we're gonna do core payments intents read. What's the next one is billing invoices read. So we're done with core section. Now we got to go to billing invoices read. Billing subscriptions read. Checkout sessions read. Let's connect accounts read. So we do not want connected accounts. We just want connect accounts read. This is so confusing that they do that. At least there's not like another accounts thing. Payment links read. And that should be good to go. I don't think we have to click that one. I think that's like for the whole category, but this should just work. Now, when I submit this, I'm hoping we're going to get a nice... Oh, what just happened here? I'm hoping we're going to get a nice event that we can then... Look how much data they constantly send back themselves. They didn't submit anything yet. All right, so then we're going to submit this. And in here should have been a one of these should have our payload. Maybe one of these. Happened so fast, I didn't see what was going on. I don't know, y'all. Let's see. We would have had to have sent all of the data in a request. I think all these dashboard ones, then we sent ours. Oh, I found it. Perfect. Okay, so the ones that we want, right? So we said basically charges and refunds, checkout, sessions, connected account, dispute, invoice read, payment intent read. Okay, I think we got the variables that we need. Okay, so these are the variables. So let's go back to our UI here. I think these are the variables that we want, which means we want to they must not be missed. So these are all the ones we want, and each one of these has to have this permissions thing in front of it. So we will just do this, this, oops, try this. And permission 0 equals that. There we go. Now we'll just change the numbers so they're in the right order. I don't think there's anything else in here. Is it all permissions? It looks like it is. Wait, what is this? And third-party integration name. Oh, we do need that. So, where's the last permission? It's right here. Get rid of those. Then we'll grab these. Paste them down there, and then we'll do a nice join of all of these lines together. Oh no, that happened. If I do that, and then we grab the next one. Let's grab this one. Okay, now we have a nice Stripe link. This is the format that we're going to need. So let's copy that and see what happens if we use this in our Stripe account window here. Where'd it go? Okay, so now we need our Stripe account window, and we're going to paste this URL straight in, right? So this URL we crafted, you know, this isn't like some Stripe API, like documented thing, so it's kind of janky, which is why we want to leave the instructions in, but it does probably going to work today. My goal is if we click this, all of the permissions that we need them to have should be filled in. So fills in the key name. Look at that. All those permissions that we had to manually click before are now filled in. Wow. Awesome sauce. And then basically they'll just go and click create key, right? Like that's the next thing, and they'll paste the key into here. Perfect. Perfect. I love that. I love to see it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our trusted AI here, and we're going to say on the step 1 where they're creating a restricted key, I think we can actually do even better, and we can provide them with a link that has the query parameters in it. So when they click open test API keys or the live version of that button, it will have the correct query parameters set in that button so that it also automatically checks the correct permissions that they're going to eventually need. And I think we should still leave the instructions in there just in case Stripe like ever changes anything on their front end. But with the way their front end works today, if we supply these query parameters in the URL, then these permissions will automatically be selected. Okay, so now let me go grab that URL again because I know it just wiped out my clipboard. the URL. Obviously, we should put the correct, stuff in there, like the current URL says like test API keys instead of having the account ID in it. We don't know the account ID yet, so we'll need that one. Actually, let's just test that out, and then I don't have to tell the AI that. So if I grab this URL, what does that take me to? That just takes me to an accounts API keys. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to do this now that I realize this. Dang. Is there a way? Actually, now I'm just realizing that this is the URL we were using. And I think this is because Stripe set this up so that you wouldn't have to put an account ID in. And then it just takes them to their current account. I don't know if this is doing like a redirect or what, or maybe there's one that'll work for the URL that I just gave you that has the query parameters filled in. Why don't you search the web and find out? Because if we can give them a URL like that one with the query params already filled out, then it will make it so much easier for the user because we'll have already selected all the permissions for them that they'll need. And then all they have to do is just double check them. Oh man, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this because of how this works here. So Stripe basically gave us this nice little button, this URL. And the URL basically, if you can see it, is, oh, you can't see it, but it's like test API keys. And what it does, I think, is it just redirects them to their current Stripe account ID. So you're on the correct URL. I don't know if this actually is going to work now, unfortunately. Oh, that would have been so much better for our users. Because then they wouldn't have had to fill that out on their own. All right, let me see if I can capture this over the network trace and see what happens. Oh, preserve log, please. Let's try it again. I'm guessing it's a 302 redirect. It's like they load some JavaScript, then like preloads, then takes you to some page. Holy cow. They load a whole bunch of pages. That's freaking wild. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, Mark Liu basically said this already. He found this out. Okay, let's go check it out. This was in December of last year. Stripe changed their restricted API keys flow. It killed the onboarding of 6 of my startups. It used to be possible to pre-fill permissions with query parameters. Oh, this is exactly what we were doing. So users don't have to select each permission manually. The easy alternative would be asking for the user's API key, but it's definitely not good for security. The purpose of restricted API keys is to allow granular access to specific resources. So why not keep an easy way to pre-fill permissions? Oh yeah, I guess he's probably doing this for Trust MMR too, because it's basically like someone purchases something, he needs to know how much they're making. So the people from Stripe came back and said like they fixed this. So if you look though on this one, they have to put in their account number. So with Trust MMR, he must be doing something where he's having them grab their account number first. I mean, this must take them to their. The product guy at Stripe going through and showing that it works again. But if we look at this, so don't change permissions, click, where does it take up to? So it's filling in the account number. So people must be putting in their account number first, unless that URL works without it. I guess I could try it. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Okay, so this URL we want, but we're gonna change it to use the Stripe like redirect thing here. Let's see what happens. Copy link address. So instead of filling in the account test API keys, we're just gonna do this. See if it works. Holy shit, it works. Thank you, Stripe, for making this so much easier. All right, okay, sweet. All right, so I'm gonna update. Okay. So let's just update that page so that instead of the open test API keys not having the query parameters, we'll put these query parameters in here so that that stuff is already filled out for them. Oh my God, that's going to make it so much better. Hats off to you, product people at Stripe. That was a good, that works. That's very nice. Wonderful, wonderful. I love it when we can make the user experience better for the users. I love it. Let's go. This is going to be so much better. Okay. So after the AI updates that link, what I'm going to have it do is probably take all of the instructions that you're seeing on the page here, because there's a shit ton of them, and we're going to just greatly simplify this down. In fact, I might even just do it the same way he did here. Click here to create a read-only API key, scroll down and click create key. Don't change the permissions, don't delete the key. Okay. I think I'll leave all of like the detailed instructions in, but we definitely can make this simpler. Oh, I'm so happy. I just absolutely love it when something just works, you know? It's going to make it so much better for the users. So let's see here. We've got the AI is going to implement this. I really like this. It's so clean. I feel like the AI interface is so not clean. like it's wild. All right, all right, all right. So after this gets this back up and running, we're gonna try and see if we can go through. Like it might be running it on our other machine. It's going around, it's navigating the page, selecting some options. Actually, I have no idea why it's trying this on the page. It's not like you can open Stripe or anything. Maybe it's just checking to make sure the program's being rendered properly. But it did it. Okay, so it looks like it's updating the PR. Let's go ahead and give this a reboot. Actually, yeah. Okay, so now if we are to open up our browser here, refresh this page, we should be able to get this test API key. Oh, look at that. Got the right URL. Let me try it out. Oh, snap. It works. It works beautifully, y'all. You know what? I wanted to actually say, let's see. All right, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, all right. So So basically, I think what we're going to do is right here, it's saying, it's like creating this API key, but it's saying API key for license.dev. I think I want that to say something more like read-only fulfillment key for license.dev. So just going to have it update that. And then, so the agent's going to go off and do that. We'll double check in that in a minute. And then once it does that, I think we should have all of these like detailed things in a more manual step. Probably can do that also for this as well. So it's not like super confusing. Like this is such a better interface. Click here to create a read-only API key, right? And like it just opens it. That's something like that. So we'll get that agent up and running and it'll do that. Okay, so while it's doing that, let's prompt it. Let's get that prompt queued up. Okay, so these instructions for step 1, and in fact step 2, I think should probably be under some like manual accordion box or something, so that the user can see them if they want to know like what to do for the manual steps. But I feel like we should make this whole interface so much more easy, because now that we have this button that they click and it automatically opens up the stuff and has the API key permissions already selected for them and everything. I feel like we should have just so much more of a simpler interface for the user to see. Like we want the detailed manual steps somewhere where they can click it and it like expands open to show these detailed manual steps. But I think by default we should have that collapsed. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it probably can. Should we try it? You go check out this image. It's just such a better interface. Wait, doesn't let me do that too much. Uh-oh. Realizing maybe I should put that in there. Okay. So what we should do instead. What do I want this to say? Don't delete the key. We can't do the fulfillment. I think works. Obviously, we still want the user to be able to have their test account. Do we want, I don't know if we want users to be able to set up a, I think about it. Maybe we do. And their live account. I think by default we should have it like live mode, but they could select test mode. And it should probably say like Stripe test sandbox, just to be like more clear there. I also think that we should probably have something where, I don't know, we have to think about how, if a user connects their Stripe test sandbox to this, you know, how we retain the data, because the user might need to like reset their Stripe test account. or yeah, I just don't know. I don't know the best way to do this. By allowing them to connect their Stripe test account, one of the things I'm worried about is that like they could go and just create like a shit ton of payments and a ton of we'd have to generate like a ton of license keys. Um, so I think maybe what we do is we restrict it to like 5 license keys can be created for Stripe test accounts, and uh, like a product would have to be on test mode. So when they create a new product, they'd have to like set it for test mode or something, which would only use a Stripe test account attached to it. And we should probably do something like delete all data for test mode accounts every 24 hours, meaning like if they connect a Stripe test mode account and then we issue licenses or certificates, uh, that stuff only remains in the database for 24 hours before a job comes through and deletes it. And now I really should have done compaction. Okay, we're gonna do this. Oh, you did not see that. Where is my copy? Paste. Tree. No. Compact. Paste. I really hate this. Like, how do I get this so that it's... I have no idea. I don't know what's going on. Basically, what we don't want is a user to be able to like switch a product back and forth between test mode and live mode because that could be really confusing. So it's almost like once a product is created for test mode, it can be promoted to live mode. And to do that, obviously, we just create a new product with all the same stuff as the other one. The only difference being it's in live mode and it has to be attached to a live mode Stripe account. Probably giving the AI like way too much to do in this one thing. We'll see. Dictionary straight account should straight. It's amazing, like if you don't have skills set up, right? So over time, when the agents do things that I didn't like, I would have it create these skills. And the agent like being able to go through and read these skills and know that it should like research something before assuming things, or look at like how subagents should work, or you know, propose and execute, right? So right now it's doing like this exploration phase where it's going to explore the code base. It's going to figure out how these things work, and then hopefully it's going to propose some solution to me. It might not wait for me to accept the proposal, but it should at least propose it. And I think that just by going through and doing that, it helps, because the agent basically like has to spit out its proposal, like a concrete proposal. Whereas the only way I could attribute this is like when it's a programmer and you're like in hacker mode and you like, I don't know, maybe you're like a junior developer and you're just starting out and you just want to write code. It's like, okay, I'm just going to write this little bit of code and this little bit of code, and you just keep writing code until you have something that's like working. And then you get more senior and you learn like, okay, I'm going to create like an architecture document. I'm going to at least have some sort of plan, and then I'm going to go implement based on that plan, because by doing that, it's a lot faster for me to iterate on a plan than it is for me to start writing a ton of code and then backtracking, deleting the code, writing more code. And so by doing it this way, where I have the agent go and propose, you know, some sort of plan and then execute on the plan, it seems to just solidify that plan or make it think about the plan a little bit more. All right. So this is hopefully going to simplify my UI. Then once we get that, we're going to go try it out. If you're just joining us, we are building a Mac OS app license server. Basically, if you want to vibe code a Mac OS app these days, but you don't want to have to worry about going out and doing fulfillment. So you want to be able to have someone come purchase your app, and then you want to be able to sell them like advanced paid features, but you don't have to deal with all the stuff of setting up a server or some code so that they can, you have a landing page for your apps, they can go purchase it. You don't have to worry about like doing all the integration stuff with Stripe. You don't want to have to worry about doing fulfillment with license keys. So what happens after a user pays for your app? Well, you have to send them a license key. Their license key, like they got to enter in, really it should go out to the server and get a cryptographic certificate that's actually bound to the device, the machine that they're registering the license for. There's just a lot of stuff that you generally don't think about, and you're like, I want to vibe code a macOS app. And I know because this has been me. I wanted to just create a macOS app and realized I had to do all these things first. So now I'm doing all these things first, and we're going to build this and send it out to you. Once again, this is not going to be a SaaS product. You have to pay a monthly subscription. That's insane. I don't like that idea. I don't like developers having to pay for something where they're not making money. So the only time we ask for any kind of money on here is it's just simply buy some credits. And every credit is a one-time fee purchase of that license key. So basically, anytime you sell a license, that credit gets used to assign the license to someone. I'm thinking like $1, that seems reasonable. No matter what you sell your license for to that user, just $1. And that basically allows the user to come back in the future, come in and request their license key. Let's say they forget it and they need to be sent like an email, like they put their email in, be like, I think this is the email I bought my license with. We'll send them an email. They'll be able to log in, see their license keys, maybe even deactivate, unauthorize some of their machines. They get a new computer so they can go and authorize a new machine to use that license key. It's all device bound with the secure enclave. So it is cryptographic proofs of these certificates. I think it's going to be pretty cool if we can just get this done. Definitely been tweaking stuff for days, but you know what? That's how product development works. Is you go and you write some code and then you have to iterate on it, right? Like you gotta play around with it and see, especially when you're doing AI stuff, because it will just slopify it, right? Like we give it all these technical details, and then for whatever reason, it wants to create a UI that includes all these technical details, and it really shouldn't. It should be specifically, simple for users to use. Yes, keep it simple, stupid. And that is not, these AIs are just really not super good at that. Maybe we need to create a skill for that. Heck, let's do that. Let's do it. Why not? We can do it. Should be easy. Let's go into our agent skills. Let's start up high here, and let's just talk to it. Let's say we want a new skill for it, okay? Let's go model. Nope, run G, PT, soul. That's how it works, I think. Okay. We need to create a new skill for when we're building user interfaces for users of products like an app or a macOS app. Basically, we don't ever want to expose engineering details to the user, right? Like user interfaces should be the things that the user cares about, the things that the user needs to see, and it should really be simple, right? Like that KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid. We don't want to overwhelm users with too much information on the screen. We want information to be short and sweet. We just need to follow like good design practices so that we do not make things extremely verbose, and we do not present too much information to the user. And so I think we keep creating a lot of code like this, and we need to come up with a new skill to have instructions in it about, when we're creating a user interface that's going to be consumed by an end user, uh, that interface should be simple or designed in a simple way. And it should only present information to the user that the user like really needs to know or cares about. And it should be brief, right? We don't want to overwhelm them with too much information. So the first thing I want you to do is go out and search the web, right? Go search the web and see, what sort of things are important when designing interfaces to be consumed by non-technical users. And then we should consolidate your research from that into this new skill as well. Um, Obviously, we don't want the skill to be too large. And so we need to figure out how, to condense that information down. But the skill should contain instructions for building these new user interfaces. Okay, hopefully that's enough. We'll see what happens. I'll let that cook for a while. Live mode, default, Stripe sit, test sandbox, create read-only key in Stripe. Stripe, scroll down and click key. Don't change it. Stripe. Steps. Fulfillment. Then collapse the storage. So it manually should detect Stripe. Oh, that sounds good. The product should own an immutable environment. 5 pass rules. New products default to live. Test products can only buy straight plus sandbox actions and payment links. Live products can only buy payments. Existing products cannot switch environments. No test to live toggle. No live test rollback. Note to live. Creates a new live product. Yep, that's exactly what we want. We never. I think that all sounds good. Yes, I agree with your 5 keys per connected test sandbox is the desired scope. I also agree that test fulfillment should not be free. Or, no. However, we just need to make sure that we're not keeping users' test data around forever. So I still think we should have some sort of cleanup job that cleans up the data, even if it's just like 30 days or something. This is so wrong. We have the wrong microphone set on this thing. Let's check. We do. That's okay. We should put the right. Now we want. What we don't want to do is store test data around forever for a user. Like that just doesn't make sense. It's test data. It doesn't need to be stored forever. Like we should have some sort of job that cleans up old test data. Even Stripe webhooks, aren't going to be retried forever. So I'm thinking like a job that cleans up test data after 30 days is fine. Test state? No, test data. Wow, this thing's so bad. What's going on with our... It's like it's writing a simple interface skill. Perfect. All right, so seems like it's still doing some planning. It's taking forever. We gotta get this deployed today. This is crazy. Come on. Go a little faster. Alright, let's think about what's next after this. So, we're gonna verify that the setup is correct. Simplified. What other things did we have on our list? Oh yeah, we got to create a landing page. Let's see. Let's have let's do some organizing of our use, shall we? So we have in progress, on deck. To review. We have well, we should move that up. And then so I think This might be a nice to have. Migration to new Stripe payments method. Validate the new Stripe payments method to Stripe sandbox. Test out the new download URL authorization. I had no idea what that is, so. Definitely be nice to have. This is old data. Not that way anymore. So I need a landing page. Do this. Okay. Still going. Very nice. These are all done. These need to be. All right, so it looks like it created our new skill. Design simple interfaces. Maybe we should go read it. It's referenced a whole bunch of government websites. So that seems pretty good. I want you to look at some popular like Ruby on Rails design shops or React design shops and look to see if they have any blog articles about designing user interfaces, and see if there's anything like missing from this new skill that we should add based on that kind of stuff. Holy moly, this thing is still going. It's crazy. Well, guys, we are at 75% power of our battery. I don't have all the solar panels out because I am down by a river in a van. And so we're only getting 1,000 watts of power right now. We'll see if we can get the battery topped up before the day it runs out of sunlight. Might be able to. I don't know. We'll see. Thing says it's at 110% of our context. It's writing a file, so I'm really not sure when it's going to get back. I hope it does it soon. 115% of the context when is this thing ever going to compact? What if our compaction's broken? Maybe OpenAI changed it back to 375K for the context window. I do not know. Go see what Tebow said. Maybe they did that. Maybe they did a reset this morning because they had like 10 million users or something. No, I don't see anything. Who knows? 10 million users. If you have 10 million users, paying $200 a month, which I know that's they're not all paying $200 a month, but if they did that, they're making $2 billion a month in revenue. That's pretty good. Ooh. I need some different music. Let's see what we got here. Make another pot of coffee. Went through. Oh man. So I just realized I have this running on GPT 5.6 Soul Max. No wonder it's taking so long to do this little task. Ah, it's a new model, Laguna S2.1. Is it gonna be good? I have no idea. Don't understand why this model. So let's see what happens with that one. Laguna S2.1 might be an interesting one to run on machines with 128 gigs of RAM. Certainly if you have 256 gigs of RAM. According to their benchmarks, looks like it's on Pi with high 3. This could be an interesting contender for us to run locally. DeepSeek version 4 Flash Max and version 4 Pro Max, it can do better. I don't know why Minimax is always up here. Like, I do not get the impression that Minimax is good. Like, I've tried it, I have it, I never use it. See how this model does. Maybe people start posting about it and it'll work. I'm not chasing down new models. I don't have time for that. We got too many other decent Frontier subscriptions we should be using, so let's use those. So basically what it's going to do is I asked it to make it so that when we set up a test product, that test product can then be promoted to a live product. You don't want to toggle where you can like toggle a product on between the test and live because that could cause all sorts of problems. So by making it like this product belongs to a test account or this product belongs to a live account, I think it's just a better way to go about it. For the longest time, everyone has been saying like, "Oh, you should use, get local models because all of these AI companies are subsidizing usage, and as soon as they pull the rug on you, you're not going to have any tokens left." But what we've actually seen recently is like an explosion of insanely super cheap models by companies like Alibaba, uh, you know, like Kimi. I don't know if Kimi's super cheap, but I think what it's doing is it's adding a ton of competition to the market and forcing companies like OpenAI and Anthropic to lower their prices and increase the amount of usage people can have for these models. See, we just assumed that those two companies were going to be the only ones for a long time that had frontier models, and they really wanted this regulatory capture. They wanted to capture the whole environment and make it impossible for incumbents to actually like produce something on the same scale as them. Problem is, the way they wanted to do that was to make it so there's so much regulatory laws that everyone in the US has to comply with that it's impossible for another company to start up, right? We don't want that. We want competition because competition drives innovation, drives the price down. It makes people play on a level playing field. Whereas if you write all these laws around this stuff, then the people that are able to comply with the laws are the ones that are writing them, that are at the forefront and have the entire market already where they can afford to hire lots and lots of people and lawyers and stuff to comply with these things. So I'm glad that I don't want to say I'm glad, but it's interesting that China is the one forcing the United States to work within capitalism. I don't know. It's interesting to me. The free market here is less free than it used to be, I guess. Maybe it was always like that. Who knows? Wow, finally, we hit the context overflow at 136%. That's 370K. I guess that's about what the other one was. Wonder if that's what the Pi update they pushed out was to fix that. Yo, Jack Dorsey just released a new group chat platform for teams of people and agents built to reduce dependency on Slack and GitHub. It's model agnostic, decentralized, self-sovereign, and open source. So Jack Dorsey came up with this app called BitChat or BitchAt, depending on how you want to pronounce it, where it was literally just like chat over Bluetooth, low energy or something, and it was pretty cool concept. So I'm interested to see what this is. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm gonna keep an eye on that buzz thing. That could be interesting. It's still going. Thing is still cooking. I think it's because it's on max mode. It's just going way overboard. As you can see, it compacts like. Maybe it did a decent job. You can't see because I haven't had it up. I got a lot of things for this thing to do still. This is taking way too long. I'm gonna have to switch back to XI thinking. We're not really burning any token usage, so I don't know what OpenAI did, but they definitely either made this more efficient, charging less, or maybe it's just because it's going so slow. I don't know. But we've been using this all day. We're still at 94% weekly usage. Stream is now 3 hours long. So we've been using this for 3 hours, and we've only used 6% of our weekly usage on this plane. And we're reading 28.1 tokens per second at the wheel here. So who knows like how many tokens it's actually producing internally when it's doing its own thinking. Could be going way faster if it's producing more. But basically like the tokens that we're seeing on the screen anyway, the rate it's producing them is at about 28 tokens per second. And I am using this model for another project that's also running at the same time. So before it used to be like one prompt and you would completely use up this whole Soul Max thing. But I also don't have fast mode on, so that could be why it's not using the 2x usage for 1.5x speed. We're finishing up with these tests now, and it is going to be basically just running the tests around making sure that we can promote a product that, like if you're a developer, you want to sell your macOS app, you can promote it from like a test product using your test Stripe account. Because that's something I always want. I want to be able to like go and use my Stripe sandbox account, test it to make sure that like people can actually purchase, but I don't have to run my real credit card through. So you can use the Stripe test credit card. It will go through the whole thing. It will, you know, grant a license, all of that, and you can test it out using this test mode feature. And then once you're sure that's right, promote it. And so what it's doing right now is making sure that it all works, so you can promote that app to production mode. You'll make sure that your Stripe account is like the live Stripe account, and then it'll just work the same way it was working in test mode. The only difference is now it's connected to your live Stripe account as opposed to the test mode sandbox Stripe account. The test mode Stripe sandbox account is pretty cool if you guys haven't ever checked it out. It basically works exactly like the normal Stripe environment, only now, I mean, you get all the same like private keys, secret keys, live keys, like publisher keys, all that stuff. But then you go in and you can actually like run a transaction. So you see the normal like Stripe checkout page, only it's in test mode for that sandbox. You can use like different credit cards. So Stripe has all these different cards, like 424242 is like one of their test ones. And it basically allows you to run transactions, and it processes it as if the credit card was a real credit card. And there's actually different credit cards that have different effects. So if you type in one credit card number that is like one of the test cards, it might actually go in there and produce a certain error, like maybe card rejected, and your app needs to explicitly handle a card rejected. Um, so that's kind of cool, and I think people should be able to use that. And I know I want to use it, so we're gonna get that set up here, and I think that's what it's wrapping up. I'm going to take a little break while this finishes up, and I'll leave it running, but we will be back in maybe like 15 minutes. I'm going to have some lunch, dip my toes in the river, and then I'll come back and check on how it's doing. All right, you landlubbers, what is going on? This thing? Why did it start a supervisor? I didn't even know it could start its own supervisor. That's interesting. Generally don't use the supervisor because it interrupts way too much. Well, hopefully this skill will help us produce better interfaces. I think it's probably good at this point. At least we got a skill for that now. Glad it created that goal because now it's compacted. Which is weird, right? Like last time we got 370,000 tokens before it compacted. Now it's compacting at 272. What's going on? I don't know. It's too hot. Well, something's clearly broken with that. Let's that goal should have kicked that awake again. But it might be because we've had this running for a while. Oh, I just don't know. Let's just restart it. Actually, it seems to work now. Let it go. Yo, Mr. Boy, what's up? Let's go. We are currently building this license app server. We're adding the ability for having live and test mode Stripe accounts so that anyone can use their test mode Stripe account to make sure things are working without having to put in their real credit card, which is pretty cool because I need that feature and I want to use it. All right. Let's see where we at. On the other app I got going, I need to enable some permissions because my notify human skill just fired and I got a text from my AI agent. And it is saying it needs some stuff enabled. App background activity. Okay. Man, I hope this thing finishes up soon. It's crazy. This model really, really likes to do refactoring. Anytime it finds just a few lines that are the same, it's got to refactor them. It's both good and bad. Yeah, I really got to get multiple work trees going again. This is just taking so long to get anything done. It was supposed to be a really quick, easy change, and it has absolutely blown me out of proportion. So we're going to see what we end up with. But it's going to be pretty cool too at the same time. I think that having this ability to use the test sandbox, that's going to be nice. There's nothing worse than owning a product and having to put in your own credit card to make sure it's working. It's light plugged in over here now. We got good power, people. We've got the power. We're at 90. Yeah, we're at 91% for the day. We don't even have all our solar out. We are cranking on power. Let's go. That's what I like to see. What do they see on their website? This Laguna S 2.1, people are talking about it now. Apparently runs really, really well on DGX Sparks. If that is your thing. $77 tokens per second decode in a single session, 256K context. Well, the context is 1 million. Maybe they're tuning it down to make it go faster. Don't know. Kind of seems like it's creating tests for every single edge case that you could ever come up with, which is wild and kind of annoying at the same time because I just wanted to get the stuff. Always skeptical when the thing just deletes tests. Splitting and relocating. That's why. I will say that GPT 5.6 Sol Max, it does seem to do a better job at finding edge cases for tests that need to be done. X High gets us to the implementation a little bit faster, but Max will definitely it goes through edge tests and then it like cleans up after itself. Like it finds some edge cases, and then if it figures out that like one test is already sort of overlapping with that one, it kind of refactors them all on its own. Which is really nice. But it does take longer to get the one thing that you want it done. Which is probably why all these benchmarks that are benchmarking things like how long a task takes, how much money a task takes, versus like the well, I guess like how long it takes versus the cost. Max is always like through the roof higher, and I'm thinking it might be this refactoring that's happening. Because this is what I keep noticing. Is it? I mean, this thing completed this task maybe 40 minutes ago, and it has been iterating on the tests and just perfecting the tests ever since. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. My other agent is sending me some texts. Let's see. It's blocked on Google. Wonder why it's writing a whole bunch of tests or why it's messaging me that needs approvals. I have this other app running and it's doing some stuff with FSKit. Basically, it's mounting like its own volume to do things in. And it's asking if it's okay to restart the machine, which is not okay because we're working on it. Oh yeah, it's definitely doing the Olympia test cases right now. I mean, I told it, so it's got a goal. The goal that's running, it created probably includes a lot of instructions around like what should be done with testing. And so, because that's like how it verifies that it's done. It proves that it's done with the tests. So in order to prove these things, it's going through and writing tests for them. But I think it's a good thing because it literally just found a bug. Yeah, for the first run, the trials will be significantly moving, less moving forward. Yeah. I mean, that is like, until it exercises the test, like it actually runs them, it's just kind of speculating on what they're going to do when they run, right? And there's still a lot of buzz around this Laguna model. It's 2.1. I don't know. I might have to try it out. I've seen some conflicting reports um, of coherency, but we'll see. This could be the new local model. I've been running DeepSeek version 4 using DS4. Which is, if you didn't know, made by Antares, the guy who made Redis, has been cranking out this awesome library for running models locally on macOS machines and now some of the other CUDA machines as well. So far, it's only DeepSeek version 4 Flash and Pro. It can run across multiple machines that you can cluster together, and it also does GLM 5.2. And it works pretty well, in my opinion. Man, this thing is still going. If I had to guess, a lot of what's coming back are Rubocop errors that it's making, like this sort of thing. And then Rubocop's like, no, 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 don't do that. And so it has to go back and fix this word. That's pretty cool. So it hard-coded test and then realized it needed to be able to set it to test or live. So now it has a mode for the connection. That's pretty cool. It's like doing normal, like iterative improvements that a programmer would do. I gotta say, y'all, if you need a model that just gets shit done. So earlier today, so I'm basically trying to build something that lets me know when, uh, like if you were using the Grok thing, it lets me know when like my repos are being iterated over. And if you're using Grok build, recently found out it was uploading all of your data to their servers unnecessarily. So I just wanted to like know when this is happening, right? So I'm trying to get like a script up to do this. And literally it's like a protection script to let me know when my data is being exfiltrated to like a big AI company. And I was using GPT 5.6 Sol Max to build it, and it stopped and said that my account was being flagged for cybersecurity risk. So basically, I tried to make a script to prevent OpenAI from pulling all of the data from my machine, and it refused. OpenAI's model refused to build that script. So here we are. Now I'm on GLM 5.2, and it has no problem writing a script to protect me from Frontier Labs exfiltrating all my data. I'm really hoping this Laguna model pans out to be as good as everyone says it is, because that would be pretty sweet. The Laguna model is S21. Here, I'll pull it up. Yeah, so this model, Laguna S2.1 that just came out, it runs at 118 billion total parameters. People are reporting like 70 to 80 tokens per second from it. It actually has 8 billion active parameters. So a lot of these are like A3Bs, 3 billion active. So this is nearly 3 times as many active, but it has only 118 billion total parameters compared to some of these other models up here. If you see like DeepSeek V4 Pro Max, which actually ranks less, is like 1 trillion parameter model. You know, I'm always skeptical when they put Minimax M3 on here as a high performing model, because I've used it and I can't actually use it for anything. It's just not good. It definitely like can't code. So definitely always skeptical when I see charts like this. But I can tell you DeepSeek V4 Flash, that model is pretty good. What I've actually been running locally. So this one, if I can run this, is going to be significantly better. And then you have 3.627B, which is like the GOAT for pretty much everybody doing local models, because they can run them on 3080s and 3090s or whatever. And you know, you only need like 32 gigs of RAM to run this thing. but a 118 billion parameter model is, in theory, like all the ones that have come out. So if you look at GPT OSS 120 billion early on, still holds pretty well. If you look at, a lot of the Quen models, so Quen 3.6 actually has some models in, or maybe it was 3.5, has some models in this parameter range, right? This 118 billion, 120 billion parameter range to fit on a machine with 128 gigs of RAM. But it just wasn't very good for some reason. Like everyone went back to the 27B. So it only has 12 gigs VRAM. Wow. I don't even know what you can do with that. Maybe run like an 8 billion parameter model. I don't know. I saw the writing on the wall pretty early. Back in December when I was using OpenClaw, and Peter was like developing it inside the Discord server, and there was like nobody in the Discord at this point. He was, well, some people were talking about using like M3 Ultras with 512 gigs of RAM. And I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, I cannot spend that kind of money on a machine. Maybe I'll just buy one down the line. And I don't know what it was. Something told me like I had to buy it, And as soon as I bought it, it took 2 months to arrive, first of all. Maybe a month and a half. When I got it, they were sold out. Like the local AI model market got to an inflection point where it made sense to run models locally, and no one can get their hands on these things now. No one can get their hands on like memory graphics cards with any sort of VRAM. Like the cost is insane. I don't know. Over my career, I've seen these sort of things happen. They're cyclical, right? Like we'll have some new processor technology come out, like when we had multi-core processors become popular with like multiple cache lanes, hyper-threading. It was like everyone needed one of these things all of a sudden. And these fab companies just can't ramp up fast enough. Like you're talking, trillions of dollars of investment to build a new manufacturing facility for these sort of things. Maybe not trillions, but maybe $1 trillion nowadays. I don't know. Certainly in the order of billions of dollars. And now, right, we're in this huge memory shortage. Granted, I wish I had bought like MU stock back in the day instead of buying this machine. If I had bought MU at the time, Micron at the time that I bought this machine, and I spent the same amount of money on that stock as this machine, I'd be sitting on like $800,000 right now on it. $8,000 investments. Insane. I don't know if it was that high, but it was a lot. It's been like a huge multiple. Pre-builds. I mean, the pre-builds got to be going up in price too. I would imagine people are repricing things based on the cost of RAM these days. Even the cost of hard drives are going up. At this point, I would say the only card, like if you're going to buy a card to do local AI model development, really your only route is like get the Pro 6000 Blackwells. You probably need at least one. 2 would be better. 4 would be even better. If you're not going to spend, 40 grand or whatever it is to do that, then I would say the next step down is get like a DGX Spark, because this Laguna model actually runs at, I'm seeing reports of 76 tokens per second, I think, on a single DGX Spark. You don't even have to cluster those together. So yeah, I mean, these sort of models in the next 6 months, they're just going to keep getting better and better and better. for running locally, and those machines, they're going to become more valuable over time. So like I'm like when I bought my Mac Studio, I was like, the math did not make sense. It was like the only way it was going to pay for itself was if I used this thing for 15 years. And in what are we in now? Like 7-8 months since I bought it. Every single month when one of these Frontier models, not Frontier, but one of these models, Frontier local open models, I guess we'd call them, comes out, every one of these releases has knocked down the math on cost this thing and made it more and more reasonable. So like the DeepSeek version 4 flash moment was huge. I mean the cost from like, because let me back up here. Running these local models basically means that you are outputting tokens at some rate that the machine can handle, right? So if you're only doing 30 tokens per second of DeepSeek version 4 flash, then it's pretty easy to go and look at how much does it cost to do like 1 million tokens on DeepSeek version 4 flash, like via the API and OpenRouter or something. So that gives you how much it costs to get it from the inference provider. And then all you have to do is say, okay, well, how many tokens per second maximum can this machine do? You know, back in the day, it was like 10 tokens per second when I first got this thing. And it was running like when it was like the 300 something billion parameter model, like 17 billion active or something. But that, you know, my calculations, it was like 15 years because it was like, you're only doing like 10 tokens per second. The machine, you know, I mean, you know how many seconds are in a year. So you just multiply the amount of tokens per second times the seconds in a year. That's the max amount of tokens you can do. And it turned out to be like less than 1 billion tokens or something. It was like crazy small. And then every time one of these models comes out now, though, the performance is better in terms of like what it's able to predict. The amount of tokens it needs to complete a task has gone down. The amount of like we have AI models that are speeding up these local ones because they're writing local kernels. And so, you know, the raw performance of these models is like going up. I mean, a DGX Spark, which has insanely low memory bandwidth, it should not be considered an AI machine because the memory bandwidth is so low on it. They're getting faster just because we're optimizing the code in these things. And so, you know, once you get into the 100 token per second range of a model that is actually producing good work, the cost of one of these things totally makes sense. I mean, if you got a $200 a month GPT plan or a $200 a month Anthropic plan, you're spending $2,400 a year just shoving it out the door to them, and that's a variable number of tokens. I mean, Anthropic just cut usage by 50%, didn't they? So your plan actually gets you 50% less than it used to. Whereas with these, the other beautiful thing about running these local models is you download the model weights and it doesn't change under your feed. I mean, maybe they make optimizations to the inference engine, and most of the time those are positive changes, like they actually improve the speed. You know, when MTP came about, that was the other huge moment for running local models, is now you can actually predict using a lesser model tokens in advance. And so it gives you like an insane speed up for these local models. I forget where I was going with this, but you know, the engines, they can change in your feet, but the models aren't. Whereas you use these inference providers, they give you some bag of inference. They don't tell you what it is. You just know that you're paying $200 a month you're a coder, you're probably going to have to use it all day for 8 hours a day for a whole week. In some weeks, your usage works for the whole week. Some weeks you run out in one day. It's like you have no idea because they're, moving this stuff under your feet, and you're just trying to do your job on top of a moving target. Whereas if you're running this stuff locally, you download it, it's gonna run the same over and over and over and over again. It's predictable, right? So, I mean, I do think local AI is the future. I think if you had asked me in December to predict if local AI would be this good as it is today, I would have said no way. No way could I have fathomed that we would be here today where we are with local models. Never would have pictured it. I genuinely thought like this machine was going to be a terrible investment. It was going to take 15 years to get my money back. And I'd say I'm probably on track to get my money back in 2 years. I think give it another 6 months, I'll have already recouped all of my money within the year. So but yeah, I would say absolute minimum local model I'd ever run is Qwen 3.6 27B. 35B, A3B just doesn't. I've seen it do things like go way off the rails. It's not my like go-to coding model. You can't just like throw a task at it like I have with this and just let it go for a really long time. 27B is really good. Actually, I'll give you a little story. So I was in this coffee shop, and the coffee shop, for whatever reason, this coffee shop was like teched out. You would never know. I'm guessing the people that own it are like tech people or something, because so I log into the Wi-Fi and I'm sitting there in the coffee shop working, and right off the bat, my tail scale doesn't connect, which is a huge red flag. Tail scale can't connect to its nodes. Something very strange is going on with the network you're on. Turns out that this coffee shop had deep packet inspection going on inside of their own network. In fact, they did like just some like generic header inspection and stuff, but the way that they do that actually causes problems with tail scale. And so I was like, okay, well, I want to work in this coffee shop today. I already bought my coffee. What am I going to do? Chat GPT is no help because it won't do anything cyber related. And on top of that, I'm in this coffee shop network, and if I tell a model to start configuring my network settings on the machine that I'm on, it's going to end up shutting off the internet, and the model is not going to have any updates, right? Like I'm not going to get any inference from the model because it just messed up my network settings, and now I can't connect to the network, therefore I can't connect to the model like OpenAI's GPT model. So anyway, I turn on 3.6 27B, right? I tell it the problem, what's going on. I'm running it locally in LM Studio, and I'm like, tail scale's not working. Search the web, figure out what's going on with that. It comes up with this problem that like the network's doing deep packet inspection. It literally verifies that that's really what's happening, and then it figures out this crazy way of punching a hole through the network. Like, it was nuts. So anyway, I'm running this other server. Like, I got all this stuff running in my van that I'm in, and I have a bunch of skills that like give it access to certain things, like the Home Assistant running in the van. So it tries setting up like a VPN back to my Home Assistant or something so I can get through this. Guess what? The deep packet inspection they have enabled is blocking VPN because they want to be able to inspect all the packets going across their network, which is pretty sketchy for a coffee shop, I might add. I don't know, maybe there was like a hacker running inside. There was like on their laptop in the coffee shop, art poisoning everyone and like milling them. It's entirely possible that's what was happening. I don't know. But so 27B is like setting up this VPN, figures out it can't do it. Like it gets blocked. So it creates a encrypted tunnel just over a raw like SSH socket. Figures out that it can do SSH. But by the way, SSH is blocked. But it figures out that it can do SSH over a non-standard SSH port, which is like not 23 or 22 or whatever. And so it sets that up, creates the encrypted tunnel, and it just starts working. Now, I'm in the coffee shop with a bunch of my friends, so I get this little Slate GL iNet device router that I carry around with me out. I literally just plug it in to my machine. I point Quen 3.627B at the iNet Slate device, which is really just running OpenWRT under the hood. And it just configures it to work and send all of its traffic out the WAN port, which is really, the router's just in repeater mode at this point. It sends all the traffic out our WAN connection, tunneled through this non-standard SSH port. So everything's like TLS encrypted through this tunnel. So we can all, myself and all my friends, can connect to the router, my little travel router. It creates the tunnel, sends it out to my Home Assistant server running in my van, which is running over the Starlink. And now we have a secure connection, and this coffee shop is not eavesdropping on all of our data. If I had tried to use GPT for this, which I did, one, it comes back and says, sorry, you're basically trying to like be a hacker, and this is a cyber risk. Because I'm trying to set up secure communication tunnel. Okay. And two, it actually like disconnected, because as soon as it changed one of my network settings, I didn't have access to GPT anymore because that's running in the cloud and I had to have internet. So running local models is very, very beneficial sometimes. And you don't need a lot, especially Quen 3.6 27B is a crazy workhorse. That's the end of that story. This thing is still cooking. Holy moly. I think it's been going for almost 2 hours. I want to like nudge it to be faster, but I'm a little afraid that if I do that, it's going to leave like, we're going to end up in a non-optimal code state, you know? So maybe we just let it keep going. And we're in a compacting context, so it's going to take a little while. Let me go back to what we've been doing. on the side. Just make sure everything's still running. GLM 5.2 is just being an absolute workhorse and fixing the problems that it comes up with here. Oh, looks like it spawned a whole bunch of X files on our machine. Check this out. Guys might get a kick out of this. So it literally just started spawning these windows. And it looks like it's like using this text edit. Gateway works with monitor off. Gateway works with monitor off. Okay. These models love to spawn windows and then like not clean up after themselves, which is kind of annoying, but that's where we're at. Hey, at least it's doing something. So it looks like it is running the tests. Let's see if this helps. I'm basically going to say crunch time mode activated. We need to get this goal done faster. I'm interested to see what it does. I don't know what it's going to do. We're going to find out. Oh, it's still going. Oh, it's running a full Rubocop analysis. Let's go. We might actually get this thing done. I mean, since I told it to create a goal, it's been going for 1 hour, so it's slow. It is slow, friends. It is slow. Gosh, it's spinning its process on byte. I don't think it's gonna figure out. Is this gonna work? Yep. As we did it, we got to 100% battery today. I don't know how we managed. Oh, there's a shiny man eater in here. I don't know how we managed to do it because I didn't even put all the solar panels out. It must be pretty dang sunny out there. I'm glad our batteries are nice and charged up because that means there will be another stream tomorrow. Let's go. Is still running? Oh, I added this little change to my status bar down here. So the goal can run, but it won't like push the agent to keep going if it's doing something like waiting for a process or a sub agent. So that the agent can properly go to sleep. This is something that the Codex app does not do. It just keeps pushing like every 30 seconds to update the user, and it just burns through your tokens so much faster because of it. Now the agent can properly go to sleep when I do things like run sub agents or sub processes, and the goal won't kick it awake every 30 seconds. Tell you, when I was in Idaho, 9,000 feet elevation, it was a lot cooler than it is here down by the river at like 0 feet of elevation in Montana. Okay. So basically, I have this like 10-minute cap for our test. I feel like if our tests are taking longer than 10 minutes to run, we got some speed up things that we probably need to do. So we'll see if they finish in time. While we're waiting for that, there was something I wanted to set up. Let's I have no idea if this is gonna work, so let's try it out. Someone sent a message in chat. Let's see what happens. See if it pops up on the stream. It's kind of what could you do? Just cut this out. So that's what we did. What is this thing doing now? All right, so it's testing out the page now. Should bring that up. Oh. Looks like it's testing it in mobile mode. What? All right, GPT 5.6 Soul Max, I see you. Didn't ask you to test in mobile mode, but I guess that's cool. This guy's bucking for a promotion, going the extra mile. Well, now you guys can't see it. So we got GPT 5.6 Soul up in here, and it is basically trying to run this in responsive mode to see how it works. Oh, what did it do? Now it's navigating to the shop page. I think it just found out the shop page is not responsive. Interesting. Maybe it'll fix it for us. Now, I don't know what you did, but now the shop page doesn't look like it's rendering properly, like it's rendering off the page. You please double check on that. Also, you should probably add some system tests for that to make sure that it properly renders for like a desktop size and a mobile size. Yeah, so what you guys are seeing is what I'm seeing. It looks cut off now. So I don't know what changes it just made to break that, but we're gonna make it fix it. Oh no, it's compacting. Oh boy. Well, guys, I know I started this stream 5 hours ago saying this was going to be the day we were going to launch this thing, but it's not looking optimistic. I just feel like we can't get anything done today. I mean, I know the motto's cleaning up code and stuff, but boy. Is it really? Because we're going to have to double check that. Let's make a note to go back and check. All right, so I know it's not like top priority, but I'm gonna have this thing take a look and see how we can get these tests under 10 minutes. Oh, I cannot send that. Let's do that. Oh. I love this tree feature in Pi. Can go back, I just select a point and it'll keep going. So now it's gonna go update the pull request, hopefully commit some stuff, push it up, then I'll send this follow-up. What? Good writing test again. Let's do this. Guys are out here fly fishing in this river. The water's like an inch from the top of their bed. This guy's trying to get wet. Well, guys, we didn't even get one feature done today, and we were 5.5 hours in. This is insane. This is not how vibe coding is supposed to go. But it is, and it's almost 100 degrees here, so I'm gonna have to end this stream because I'm getting very hot. I need to go jump in the river. All right, I'm gonna let this run. I'll keep the stream going. I might be back a little while. What does it say? This chat maybe display message. You love me. Do you love me?
Freeze frames. Have you watched these?
I did very well. Sorry, but what the hell are you doing? I told you to create a goal. Create a goal right now, commit all changes and push them up right now. I don't care what state the repo is in. I don't care if the repo is in passing, what state it's in. Just do what I'm telling you to do. Create the goal right now. We actually already have a goal, so you should just update the existing one to include this new parallel testing. That beautiful.
Osprey. Insane.
Ospreys?
Yeah. What happened?
Yeah.
So one of them like dove down in the water here, and I just heard this massive splunk, and I was like, "Somebody throw something in the water," and then this osprey's like trying to get. I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's okay? Does it need help?" And then I realized it had like dove down and caught a fish. Started taking off this fish, and then this massive hawk comes out of nowhere and starts like chasing it through the sky. Crazy. I don't know if the hawk stole it from it or not, but it was insane.
Those vicious. Stealing food.
Oh yeah, I mean, the way they live.
Well, I'm just down. What do you need me to do? Out of the way? Where do you charge that stuff off? You're not smart enough to do that. No, I mean, that's why we have fuses out.
A block that I can use to charge.
You don't have
I have one. Oh gosh, it's did it again. I don't. Alright.
Listen. What? What? All right, all right. I'm back. I'm back. Let's go. I don't know if I have the audio on now. We are back. It looks like it's building some stuff here. Hopefully getting the test to run in parallel. I don't think that we should have a container test runner test. That doesn't make any sense. Now we have this infinite problem of our tests are running our tests, and we should absolutely never be doing that. If we want to run tests, then we should just run them via the command line and not create tests that run our tests. We should never, ever, ever be doing that. I don't get why it tries to do this. It's like the most frustrating thing because I've seen it do this before. You know, it's like no matter what, it tries to write tests, and so it can do this like infinite recursion problem where the tests run the tests that run the tests. It's nothing more frustrating. Man, I got the door open. The sun is blaring on me, so if it looks very bright in here, that is why. I'm looking a little drowned out in the color, huh? That's a little better. A little better, a little better. Let's go. Okay, so that goes. I need to get what's going. I need to get this up. So let's pull this up. I don't know if it's going to We'll find out. So here's the thing. I'm about to have my Kimi usage reset, I think tomorrow. It resets in 1 day and 16 hours. So tomorrow we have to use it no matter what. I was thinking we'd be running out of our codex limits since we're using GPT 5.6 Sol on max, but maybe it's because we're not going fast with it. I don't know. Skeptical that fast mode actually does anything anyway. But this thing is running. We are 6 hours into this stream. I know I took some breaks today, but I'm in a really beautiful spot down by the river, you know, and when it gets hot in here, and it gets hot in here, it's like, it got up to almost 100 degrees today. I just had to like jump in and cool off, you know? This thing is running. We're just gonna see if spawning a bunch of this stuff in Docker containers will make things run a little faster. I don't know if it's going to. It might not. It might actually cause some problems because some of our tests assume that things will render in the UI in a certain amount of time. And if the test basically is competing for resources because we're doing too many things in parallel, then we get this weird contention thing going on. So we're just gonna have to see what happens. I suspect it's gonna run into that. It's going to then go, oh, you are running too much stuff and therefore you need to do less. So it'll do like some sort of semaphore thing to make sure that we do not run too many concurrently at the same time. And hopefully then it won't break stuff. wondering if I could do something here. Sure, I just added all these libraries. Oh, I guess we had them in Dockerfile test, and now it's working on Dockerfile test local. Local image lacked rip grab. Well, okay, fine. Definitely think we need to switch back to XI mode. Max is just takes too long to get stuff going. Do we really need Docker volume cleanup? Like, isn't there a way to start a Docker container so that it cleans itself up when it shuts down? Isn't there a command switch like -R or something? I feel like you should search the web to find out. Why would you name a volume? Like, what do we need named volumes for if we're just running ephemeral tests? It's a good thing I asked. Just needed to be poked, I guess. Do the right thing. it gonna be faster? I do not know. I just know that my eyes burn. Looks like tests are running full bore. If you're watching that process meter, you've been seeing this thing push to the limits. The problem is we're actually running tests from 2 other projects on top of this one at the same time. So it's probably going to get some wonky ass benchmarks. But I think this actually could be a good thing because we probably will be using this machine for other things at the same time. Therefore, we want to tune this, not the most optimal way for this thing to run in isolation, but for it to run with other stuff on the same machine. So to give you an update on where we're at, GPT 5.6 Sol Max refused to build the project that I wanted, where it would make sure that my data was not being exfiltrated to big AI labs. It said it was a cybersecurity risk. So I switched to GLM 5.2 and it just kept cranking through until it built it. And it's saying that all of its gates and tests are passing. There's been a major breakthrough. The issues have been resolved. So it looks like maybe that, I don't know, GPT 5.6 Sol might have actually been floating around things. I don't know. Maybe it just straight up refused to. I don't know, but GLM 5.2 absolutely crushed it. And now we are back, baby. Let's go. We are going to have some decent protection now on our machine. If we start seeing all of our data escape to the cloud, providers will know immediately. I guess the other reason why I think it was a little bit too difficult for GPT 5.6 Sol is because I had to have it figure out how to do this without special entitlements from Apple. So Apple does have a way of monitoring events on the machine. And it's for like all the security appliances and software and stuff that like corporations use to basically just play Big Brother on their employees, so they can see like every little thing that they're doing. And that entitlement, like you have to basically go to Apple and be like, I'm creating a security product, give me the ability to like sign my code with this special entitlement so that it'll actually work for users. You can use it in like development mode by yourself, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to find a better way to do this. So GLM has just been pounding, trying to find a better way to do this, and it looks like it found a way without needing the special Apple entitlements, which is pretty awesome. Not that it like had to do any crazy hacking or anything. It just, one, has so many more tokens. 2, it's faster, like it produces tokens faster. 3, it does like deeper research. And 4, the biggest thing is it hasn't been lobotomized by security safeguards. So it like actually can do things. I mean, it's like if you took a person's brain and you're like, oh, you're not allowed to know that information, let me cut a chunk of your brain out. It's gonna affect other things too. But the beauty of this is, I mean, maybe it does have chunks of those things cut out. It's a Chinese model, who knows? I'd be ignorant to say that. But when it comes to security, it does work. I'm guessing if we threw this at Kimmy, it probably would have gotten it done even faster. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. But as long as it works, that's all I care about. I really wish I knew why this thing was taking so long to run. So if you didn't know, I think, I could be wrong, these process wait type of things before we had uh, futures. Futures? No. Yeah. No. I don't remember. Uh, but a lot of these things actually spawn threads. That's where I was going with that. I guess it would be a future. Not promise. Maybe it's a future. And it yields the future? Who knows? Okay, friends, this is getting to be quite boring. I'm going to let this run overnight. We'll see if it's able to optimize our test running. Hopefully it does. The idea is that tomorrow we should be able to iterate much faster if we can run all of our tests in parallel across different Docker containers. We shall see. I know we didn't get a lot done today. We spent 7.5 hours here, and it feels like we actually only sent the AI one prompt, and I don't even know if it completed it yet. Maybe it was 2 prompts. It's probably 3. I think like the last one had 2 things in it. So we'll circle back around tomorrow. We're going to try it out. We're going to get this thing going through Stripe. You know, I think persistence is key. It's what defines, you know, the difference between successful people and not. And so we just have to keep persisting through, even if we're slogging and it's slow and it doesn't seem like we're getting a lot done. We're just gonna keep going until we get there, you know. So with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. May the tokens be ever in your favor.